We will call to order the September 25th Board of Trustees regular meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda, which includes the approval of the consent agenda items?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I would like to discuss item, let me put my glasses on. Executive session 3E and F. You ready? Those items were added late on the agenda. And it's my understanding that they were not approved to be added to the agenda and were not authorized. And so I would like to have those items removed from the agenda.
Ms. Paylor and Ms. Bowles asked me if they could be added, and I said yes, because it was in the 24 hours, just like I did with Dr. Temple when she asked to have one removed.
They asked Ms. Paylor and who's Ms. Bowles?
Ms. Bowles, Ms. Paylor asked for them to be added. I asked Ms. Bowles to add them.
Did Dr.
The
Gallion,
notice went out
the notice went out to the public?
to the board and the public in
Okay.
board docs.
Yeah, I don't believe that Dr. Gallion was aware of this situation being added. And I think that we cannot start setting precedents to do things like this.
Ms. Paylor did reach out to him.
Dr. Gallion, did Ms. Palin reach out to you?
Ms. Paylor did send me a text. I saw the text after it was already posted. She did not convey to me why she was wanting to call me. She didn't tell me what was going on.
Also, I'd like
Discussion,
to
Dr.
clarify that when you removed an item that I put on the agenda, it was an item that had been approved by everyone, and then we removed it.
Any other discussion? Ms. Waters?
Yes, my concern is that this actually brings right back to the forefront the issue that I had last week. And I also have a separate question that needs to be addressed before the agenda ends, but Ms. Paylor at that time, at least, was operating as Office of the General Counsel. Anything from staff that comes up on this agenda comes through Dr. Gallion. And so here we again have clearly a dispute between the superintendent and the board. I'm not sure who, because it would seem that Ms. Paylor was actually operating with you as sort of her boss or director in that instance, but the board cannot direct the Office of General Counsel. So I would say that's highly unethical, and this should not be on the agenda for that reason.
Does the parliamentarian have a,
As general counsel, I'd like to
okay,
address. I did call Mr. Gallion. He called me actually in the morning, and I called him back within an hour of his calling me. I called him again. I left a voicemail message, said I really needed to talk to him. I then sent him a text saying I really needed to talk to him. I had a dear friend who died, and I flew out Saturday morning. I got up at 4:30 and flew to Raleigh. And I was at the funeral when Dr. Gallion called me, and I immediately sent him a text and said, I cannot talk now. I am at a funeral. He called me immediately again. And then later I looked at my emails, and he had sent me an email, and I replied to that email and told him I was at a funeral and I would be back yesterday afternoon, and I would be more than happy to talk to him at that time. And when I got home, I got the email. I did send him an email, and I told him what he did ask about the purpose, and I told him what the purpose of the meeting was. It dealt with addressing a complaint that had been made and the fact that neither ER nor my office could investigate it. So we wanted to hire someone outside who would be a neutral person and would not have any conflicts with the superintendent.
Yeah, so I understand that oftentimes things happen. It sounds like there's a very valid reason why you didn't speak. However, he is still the person who authorizes any staff input. And I think that given the fact that he sent an email asking what this was about, it very clearly points to the fact that he did not get to have that conversation with you. And so it shouldn't have been added because he was actually the one operating as the person who could approve that for you. And then secondarily, I just find it very disrespectful that we're even having this conversation since, I'm not sure if anything else has transpired or whether Ms. Paylor is operating as Office of General Counsel right now or not.
I sent her a letter saying that she was terminated.
Sure. And so only through that position have you been operating as our parliamentarian. The contract was for Office of General Counsel, and our policy allows the Office of General Counsel to also operate as the parliamentarian when we don't have one. But if you're not the General Counsel, then you should no longer be here as a parliamentarian because there's no contract that says that you are.
Thank you. He sent me an email and said that although I told him that I did not represent him personally, and I never had represented him personally, he was terminating me as his lawyer, representing only him. That's exactly, I can get it out and read it to you.
No, Ms.
He-
Taylor, I'm
He
sorry.
said, I request that you resign.
We
as
read it.
General counsel.
We read it, and Ms. Roberson, because she actually explained this to me as well.
Right. When the superintendent says him, it is not in the first person, it's the third. The superintendent is the district. So when he says that you're not representing me, he's talking about the district. So when he terminated you from the district. It's the third person.
He is
It's not him.
He is not.
He knew that you weren't representing him. When he needs general counsel for himself personally, he will get his own personal general counsel. When he's operating and sending termination letters, he's operating as the superintendent of the district. You were terminated, your contract was terminated from the district.
Dr. Galvin. Go ahead.
As we continue discussion on whether or not to accept the agenda, we will go in order like we usually do. Mr. Grabowski, any comment?
Aye.
We're not voting yet, but any comment on the motion?
I have no comments.
Mr. Kelly,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Waters, you've spoken, Ms.
I'm
Bailey.
sorry, but
I'm going to come back
Okay.
around. I think I'm supposed to let everyone speak.
that's
once
right. But we were in the
first.
middle of, I just want to make sure we come back to where we were before you
Don't
did
you
that.
worry. Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley?
No comment.
Let's see. Everyone has spoken, so we'll start over. Ms. Waters?
I'm going to say for the last time, it is unethical in any event for the Office of General Counsel, whatever she claims to be at this moment, to be putting things on an agenda that the superintendent has not approved, because as she said in her email, she is not the board's attorney. The board does not have an attorney. And so to call you is entirely out of pocket. If I had an employee call the chair of my board and add something to the agenda, and then I found out about it, that person would be fired because it's inappropriate. On top of that, it's unethical for this person to represent two different interests in this district. So even if you're going to allow this type of anarchy, at a minimum, you should be concerned about ethical issues.
Any comment, Mr. Calhoun, about the motion on the floor?
Yes, Dr. Gallion, as of right now, does Ms. Paylor represent the district as general counsel?
No,
So with that being said, E and F are supposed to be on here by the general counsel. We have no general counsel for the district, correct?
right.
So there's nobody to present to us as general counsel within executive session. So these should be removed. You feel me? We have no general counsel right now, correct? We have the,
It's grossly negligent.
what is negligent about it? We just had the superintendent of the district just tell us we have no general counsel.
We have billions of dollars in lawsuits that are pending, and you're wanting to fly by the seat of your
I didn't
pants.
even think about
This
that.
is
I'm talking
grossly
about,
negligent.
we have a general counsel as of right now. And on the backside of this, that has no information like it did last time,
Reckless.
as it did last time. We have no information. It just says motion 2, and I'm looking at it on the back and I'm logged
I
in.
caution the superintendent, this is reckless.
Congratulations.
Why are you allowing Miss?
Miss
She should be-
Roberson,
she should be
anything
quiet.
else?
I'm still
I'm
going.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have on the back end, it says Office of General Counsel, public comment, administrative content empty, executive content empty. Same thing with personal matter pursuant to SC code 3470. It says Office of General Counsel, administrative content, executive content empty. So if Dr. Gallion is telling us right now, we have no general counsel for Charleston County School District, who is going to present to us in the back?
We have some serious issues.
Who's going to present
be
it to
re-
us?
I would say Ms. Paler, she's.
She is
the one with
not
the
the general
information.
counsel right now. He just said that he terminated her contract as general counsel. Who's going to present to us in the back?
His email reads, I request you and your law firm resign as general counsel to the board, but they are general counsel to the district. So Ms. Roberson, anything else about the agenda?
I would just like Dr. Gallion, it is your email. It is your duty to explain to us, what did you mean in your email?
My intent was to terminate the services of Ms. Paler and her firm.
Can I ask why?
It's my turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Temple, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Temple.
I've interrupted.
Well, I just want to say also that when these two items, E and F, appeared on the agenda late in the agenda, I asked, what was this all about? And I couldn't get any information about that. And so I really object to having items put on executive committee that we have no attachments or stated purpose. And I shouldn't have to text somebody to see if I could find out what it is. Officially, we should have this information. So I object to E and F being on the agenda.
Mr. Grabowski,
Dr. Gallion, can you tell me why we're terminating our general counsel
So,
for the district?
right, so it's clear to me that Ms. Paler does not represent me or the district. She's not consulting with me. She did not call me. If you wanted to, instead of having Ms. Trudy post that, they should have had Ms. Trudy contact me. She knew what schools I was in. I was in 2 schools. So that's one reason. The other reason is we're paying her law firm an exorbitant amount of money. And I've just told the chair this last week, that we needed to get our own general counsel. She then shared with me, okay, why don't you contact the School Board Association to get a list of counsel that does school law. And so I did that. And so my intent was to begin the process of looking for in-house general counsel.
And I bring this up because it seems odd that this happens when this motion gets filed and the district has a contract to cover the district for all its legal liabilities. We know the extent of the legal liabilities.
We have contracts with several firms, sir.
We know the extent of the legal liabilities. And it seems incomprehensible that we would ask on a Sunday, a law firm that is representing the district with the amount of legal liabilities and actions we have to resign. I mean, it wasn't like you fired them. You asked them to resign.
Stated what my intent was.
Your intent was to fire them,
That was.
but you used the word resign. And I think as law firm understanding the legal liability that we're all faced with. So we're going to be naked for how many days?
We can get new counsel. We have.
We're not naked now. Miss, well,
Excuse me,
he
Ms.
actually acknowledged
Waters.
me.
Doc-
I'm sorry, but he acknowledged me. He gave me a nod.
He does not get to choose.
Yeah,
who-
well,
The chair.
I'm sorry, he's actually the secretary of the board by policy, and so he can actually ask anybody he wants to weigh in on something.
Only the chair can.
There you go.
recognize
What I will
someone.
say is she is a contract employee. She's a contractor, and we have many contractors that are law firms, so we're not naked. He can choose another contractor.
Mr. Kelly, any comment?
Well, I just want to have last thing. I'm pretty confident that this falls under procurement. So I'm glad we have a new procurement office. I
Mr.
don't think we
Kelly,
just go out and hire a firm.
We already have several contracts with firms now.
Dr. Gallion, as a man who is very explicit and precise with my language, I would encourage you to do the same. Your email starts your closing sentence starts with the phrase, "I would request." That, sir, is not terminating someone. Despite what the intent may have been behind it,
Read the
when
last.
you make a
sentence.
request is different
Read the
than,
last sentence.
yeah, it's first person language, which was inaccurately stated earlier, but happy to. Your continued representation of the board is interfering with my employment contract, first person language, and I, first person language, am ending your representation of me, first person language, effective immediately. And the sentence prior to that is further, I request you and your law firm to resign as general counsel to the board, as your continued advice to them can only lead to a worsening relationship between the board and me. So, sir, if your intent was to terminate the contract, I believe you failed to do so.
are we ready for the question to adopt the agenda or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, when you cast your votes, always check in the upper left-hand corner blue box for accuracy. And the motion passes. Is there a motion to convene an executive session to consider items covered by attorney-client privilege?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly. Any discussion? And we're
I
ready.
have some discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I'm going to go to items E and F. We were not privy to any information, not even in executive content. This is not the way that we run a board. This is improper. If Ms. Paylor gave us information for B, then she could have done the same for F. This is not being transparent. This is being disingenuous, and we are not governing the way that we are supposed to govern.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Grabowski, any comment?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Ms. Waters?
We all know how this is going to go because you all have decided. But again, it is unethical for us to entertain items 3E and 3F, whether you all decided to vote for the agenda or not. As a board member, I think I have to go in there and make sure that I'm informed, as you know, I've been left in the dark, but it is highly unethical. We should not be, one, having any conversation with Ms. Paylor as general counsel, because regardless of semantics and whether he was trying to be polite by asking her to resign, which people would do if they had any dignity, you wanted him to just say you're fired. I mean, it's just utterly ridiculous, again, unethical, but as a board member, I'm going to do my duty for District 4.
Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Calhoun?
I just, excuse me, I just want to echo what Ms. Roberson said. We have executive content for item 3B. Yet for item 3D, there is no executive content. Like, yes, it could have been in an email or whatnot, but it should always be on the back end. And that's the same exact thing that happened a couple weeks ago. We have nothing on the back end on board docs. It needs to be on the back end. So I do not believe we need to be going and looking at ENF until we get some type of executive content back here.
Exactly.
Dr. Temple? Well, she's already spoken, so I was giving everybody their one chance for repeated.
Well, I believe in transparency for this board. And this is the second meeting in a row where I think we are not being as transparent as we possibly can. And the fact that we, again, have 2 items on the executive agenda, which we do not know what it is all about. We don't have the documents. I just am appalled by this practice, but I will attend executive session. Like Ms. Courtney said, I represent District 9 and I will be there for them.
Are we ready for the question? And the motion passes. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session to conduct the regular business meeting?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. Discussion? We'll vote. And the motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the August 28th Board of Trustees meeting, the September 11th Committee of the Whole meeting, and the September 11th special called meeting?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to go on record by saying that our minutes, I sat here for 9 months and our minutes have only been regarding actions. I think that it's time for us to have some content in our minutes. We've had robust conversations and debates, and we need to have our minutes properly documented moving forward and starting tonight. We need more than actions, but we need content.
Dr. Gallion is the secretary and his designee. Is that possible to do tonight? Does the software accommodate it, or will we need to wait until next month?
Trudy? You had a question?
I didn't know if the software could accommodate Ms. Roberson's request, or if we needed to wait a month and then add discussion ability.
Right, so I'll get, correct me if I'm wrong, if say when we go to the minutes, you can hyperlink the actual timestamp of when that conversation is going on. So you can go in and we can have like the minutes that say, this is the action I was taking, and you say at this moment on YouTube, to where you can hyperlink that. So on the minute side of it, can you put the hyperlinks to the exact time where it goes in?
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Mhm.
We will vote now on the accepting of those 3 sets of minutes.
Dr. Temple.
And the motion passes. We will now go on to moment of silence, and especially remembering those to whom this is a special day and time period. After a moment of silence, then Mr. Grabowski will lead us in the pledge. Amen.
Please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Dr. Gallion is now going to join me in front with Ms. Roberson. I will read from up here since there's not a microphone down there, that we are presenting this evening a certificate of achievement from the South Carolina School Boards Association to Darlene Roberson for having achieved the level 1.
Like Freemason 32.
25 days. I need
Madam Chairman, can I get a point of clarification? Ms. Roberson, could you please explain exactly what this means?
Yes, I am the Region 2 Director for Charleston. And this right here says that I have attended Boardmanship Institute, where I go to learn proper procedures for governance, oversight, and accountability.
And I will claim that appointment in our board for agreeing with it. Thank you. Now, we will move on to public comments. Ms. Bailey.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I call your name, please come forward and state your name and you can speak. Do we have a timekeeper or no? Oh, we have a timekeeper. Okay, please come forward as I call your name. Lewis Smith, Joy Brown, Alan Morris, and Reverend Nelson Rivers.
First of all, I want to say good evening. The last 3 years, the Community Resource Center has worked with the Charleston County School District. And I have worked with some amazing teachers, administrators, and what have you. My board of directors told me to come address y'all because they want to let you know that we delivered 3 million pounds of groceries throughout the Charleston community. We want to let y'all know that we have received awards and accolades for exactly 12 different schools in the Charleston County School District. We want to let you know that we develop a voucher program because we believe that no child should be left behind, and that we actually give them clothes, food, hygiene products, and we give approximately 200 laptops, tablets throughout the community. We are committed to the Charleston County School District, and we are committed to make our students become first class, world class. Having said this, you know, Ms. Dunmeyer, thank you so much. Courtney Waters, thank you so much. And Ms. Temple, we've been working together for at least, I don't want to say that word, you know, but we've been working together a long time. We are dedicated. The Community Resource Center believes in one thing and one thing, that is helping the community, one resource, one person at a time. we are going to remain dedicated to that. And I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
My name's Joy Brown. First, I want to start with a moment of silence out of respect for the heartbreaking situation at Stall High School today. I think it's a real shame that that wasn't addressed, but I would like to take a moment of my time, of my 2 minutes, to think about our students. Our children are hurting. And instead of thinking about our students, you're making a mockery of the school district. Shame on you. Look at the abysmal example you're setting for our children. You want our children to do better, but you're having illegal special called meetings. You ran on transparency. Every single one of you, I ran with you. You ran on transparency and accountability. I have yet to see that. You show us time after time that you do not serve our students' best interests. Shame. Now, what really brought me here, which I might not have time for, is I wrote an email. Mr. Kelly said at the last CAL meeting that we didn't need public comments because we had letters that we could email, and I got a response back from Dr. Temple, and that was it. But I would like to read my letter now. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. There's been some confusion and public pushback regarding policy changes since the new board has taken office. For the sake of clarification, I was hoping to understand the current policy adoption procedure being utilized. Policy BGD states the board shall use a careful and orderly process in examining such proposals prior to action upon them by the board. And I would like to assure you that I am not singling anybody out. I also had similar questions for the previous board policy liaison. Before more policies move forward, it would be helpful to have such a process flushed out. This may help with confusion and would make the policy process more efficient. Reference again. Policy BG, really? I did give my time for our students, so I'm going to finish. I would like to know the best way to work on that policy as a constituent board school board member. And I would like to work with you on this, Mr. Kelly. Please let me know the best way to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The last meeting you respond.
Yeah. I am the Reverend Nelson D. Rivers III. I'm pastor. The Charity Missionary Baptist Church. I'm also the National Vice President of Religious Affairs for the National Action Network, working directly with Reverend Al Sharpton. I'm also a Baptist preacher, so if you turn the mic off, doesn't mean I'm going to stop. It just that mean I have to get louder to make sure you get my point. I want to say that this cannot continue. This cannot continue. We can't come to every time you meet, there's a problem. The solution is you can't meet. Because every time you meet, mess happens. Every time you meet, the superintendent has to be worried about, am I going to have a job? Am I going to be attacked? We have African-American leaders in the school system who help engineer the greatest turnaround in literacy and achievement in recorded history of this district. And she can't get the job because you meet. This has to stop. We can't have every meeting about whether this superintendent will stay. The history is this. You've never done this before, except once. You've never done this to a full-time superintendent before, except once, and she was Black. The time has come to really let his record speak for itself and let him have a record. How can he lead if every time we come together, we get a memo out from the street committee to tell us that once again, his job is on the line? This has got to stop. This is foolishness. I want to congratulate you. You have become the most dysfunctional board in the history of Charleston County. That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. Because we've had some very dysfunctional boards. We've had some crazy boards. We've had some folks do some dumb stuff. But one of the things they always did, they showed out in public. If they were gonna act crazy, they did it in public. To say dumb things, they do it in public. You meet like the Klan in a room. We don't know what you say in the room, and then you come out of the room and expect us to say, hallelujah, hallelujah. We're gonna let you get away with that. This has got to stop. This is a problem in Charleston County. Why are we having a discussion about getting rid of curriculum that literally changed the lives of our children? How did we get to this place? Because some of you got elected to do mischief, to embrace racism, to go backward. We're not going back. I want you to know that every time you meet, myself or somebody like me gonna come right up here and call you out to your face. I want you to know how we feel. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, as Daniel Hammond says, but I'll keep on coming whether you listen or not. And I want to conclude by this. This is 2023. 60 years ago, I'm now 72. I went to my first school in Charleston County in 1956. It was called the East Bay Street School for Negro Children. Yes, that was the name of the school. In 1963, Charleston, South Carolina became the first place in the state of South Carolina to desegregate its public schools. And the woman, in fact, both of the women who made that happen, along with some others, the two named plaintiffs on that case was Minerva and Millicent Brown. Minerva was going to age out, so Millicent became the face and the name. Understand what I'm saying? 60 years ago, we had to fight to get Black children to go to school where the money was. We didn't want to go to school with white children. That's where the money was. If you put the money in the ocean, we'd have gone to school in the ocean. The fact of the matter is we went because that's where the money is. She's sitting here and she can tell you how bad this is to come here all the time and have you try to go back to where we came from. I got news for you. We're not going back to 63. We're not going back to 83. No, we ain't going back to 20. We are not going to go back. But if you keep on doing it, we'll be right here to meet you. Last time we met, the chairman of the board wrote an email that I read with glee. It said, we're going to give up all this foolishness. She didn't say it, I'm paraphrasing, helping her out. And you said, I will work with the superintendent. Shoot, 2 days later, we find out you're not going to work with the superintendent. He has to come and defend his job again. Stop it. Right. Stop it. The time has come. You have earned the right to govern. This is dysfunction. It's an embarrassment.
Thank you,
It's a
sir.
lesson that should not be taught. That if you really want to run over something, reach all the way back 60 years and try to do it 60 years later. That dog gonna hunt, y'all. We ain't doing that no more. We ain't doing it no more.
Thank you, sir.
Time has come to stop. The time has come to stop. Enough.
All right, we appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Is Alan Morris here? Okay. Thomas Withers, Sidney Van Buick, and Andrew Johnson Sr.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am writing to express my profound concerns about a growing lack of transparency and the overstepping by individuals of their roles as Charleston County School District Board of Trustee members. The consistent use of executive sessions with little to no disclosure of the subject matter or outcome of the privileged conversation leaves the community in the dark about critical issues that should be discussed openly and transparently. These actions have fostered a distrust in your leadership among community leaders, members of our congregation, and the broader public, including myself. It is disheartening to witness conversations held outside of the public eye regarding matters that should be part of the public discourse. Transparency is vital in fostering trust and confidence in our educational system, and I implore you to reconsider this practice. Furthermore, my concerns extend to the treatment of our newly hired superintendent, Dr. Eric Gallion. While there have been words of support and sentiments expressing a willingness to work with Dr. Gallion, these words have often been followed by contradictory behavior by certain board members. We strongly urge you to follow your prescribed role as a policy body and refrain from becoming deeply involved in administrative decisions. We believe it is fair to afford Dr. Gallion the opportunity to perform his duties freely. A superintendent should have the autonomy and support necessary to lead effectively. It is our duty as a community and your responsibility as the school board to ensure that our superintendent and other staff members can fulfill their roles without hindrance. I urge you to take immediate steps to restore transparency and trust in your leadership. Our community deserves nothing less than a school board that is fully committed to the well-being of the education of our children. We need to see our school board act in a manner consistent with its obligations, serving as a model of transparency and open communication for our students and the community at large. You're responsible to the very community you serve and represent. It is your duty to carry out the will of the collective community in matters of public education. In conclusion, I hope these remarks serve as a reminder of the immense responsibility you bear as trustees of our educational system. To those board members who have aspired to engage with the spirit of transparency and inclusiveness of the diverse voices and needs within our communities, we thank you. For those who have, for those who have fallen short of this principle, we hope you will take this opportunity to reflect your actions and make the necessary changes to regain the community's trust. We are present, we are watching, and we will do everything within our power and within the constraints of God's love to ensure you are held accountable for equitably and unbiasedly serving our schools, employees, and children. I am available for further discussion and dialogue to ensure that these interests of our students remain paramount. Sincere.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Van Bullock, and it's gonna be hard to follow those two men, but I sure am gonna try. As much as I love a family reunion, every time I walk into this boardroom and it is packed like it is tonight, it means that there's an issue happening up here. The community shows up when y'all are acting a fool, and that's what's happening right now. I taught in this district for 12 years, and let me tell you, being a teacher is hard. It is hard work. And what y'all do at every meeting, time and time again, is make it harder for these people and the teachers out there to show up and do their jobs. Y'all want to fight the district at every single step in the things that are working. 2 weeks ago, y'all were given a presentation on a historic game. It was the most beautiful thing to watch as an educator. And we had board members out there trying to discredit the work. It is embarrassing. It is shameful. It is shameful to the people that are showing up every day to do the work. Now, I am grateful that y'all have given a small raise to these teachers, but it's not enough. You got to start showing them some respect. You've got to start showing these children respect. You got to do your job, and your job is to let this man do his job. This is ridiculous. It's embarrassing. And just like Joy, I ran for this seat, and it's frustrating to know that we had a ton of people that were out here that have given their lives to education, that want to do well, and y'all are out there making a mockery of it. You've got two lifelong educators sitting right there, and every single time it comes up, y'all want to ignore them. It is a shame. Do better.
Thank you, Mel.
I know this area a little too well for most of my age at 35. As about 2002, I stayed over here in this corner and representing of speaking.
State your name, sir.
Yes, Andre Johnson, senior community advocate and parent advocate.
Thank you.
Yes. So today, at one's etymology, the conclusion would be that I come from the grounds in which heaven was made plain to the ones who seek wisdom. The wisdom of knowledge as one expands the mind in the spirit of purity unlike the board focusing to try to be perfect. I stand before you today as a concerned CCSD parent and former student of the district. I represent those of the community who are of the working class and those who face hardships while residing in the low-income housing areas of the school district. At the time, I speak for the call of transparency based on what we consider priority, the priority schools in the agenda. Those schools listed would be Baptist Hill High School, Burke High School. If I pronounce this incorrectly, I do apologize. Edith L. Frison Elementary, Frierson, thank you. Latson Elementary, Matilda F. Dunstan Elementary, Northwoods Middle, Pepper Hill Elementary, Sanders Clyde Elementary, and Simmons Pinckney. I would like to bring to the board a topic that deserves a dialogue approach. This dialogue is to implement new initiatives that incorporate pilot programs to include but not limited to the industry of trade, unbiased cultural arts, and internships, if we're focusing on priority. As we focus on priority, we are to create the dialogue which opens the opportunity for private-public partnerships, embracing the future success of our scholars and those who are native to the lands of Charleston, South Carolina, with the opportunity to obtain such basic level entry positions. For example, for those that may be clueless, Burke High School teacher Emma Jett received a $2,000 grant from Voya Financial Incorporation. Ms. Jett created the professional photography program, which encourages students to learn how to use Photoshop and InDesign software programs to build their own business. This project will expose students to help them in their designs and setting up a photo shoot. Like such businesses, other companies who are relevant within the region of South Carolina for our students who are from South Carolina, and specifically those of CCSD and neighboring families. This would allow our students to take advantage of the growth we are experiencing throughout the city and throughout the county and surrounding peninsula. This concurs to the notation that public comments, as in my time of speaking as a student of COGNIA Middle School under A.B. Jones, my English teacher, who told me to stand up and step up. This was a need then and a must right now as a parent today within the board and future boards to come. This is a necessity as I wrap this to include community engagement and involvement from those who represent the neighborhoods of CCSD and neighboring boards, parents and students. Those who are unable to attend meetings like this one today, this is to include the voice of concerns and issues occurring on a daily basis. And this should not be overlooked due to the lack of participation. And that's my stance for today.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Elvin Spates, John Brown, Audrey Lane, Anthony Bryant, Arthur Lawrence, and Mary Hamill.
Hello, I'm Mary Hamill. I'm a friend of Carol Temple and a former U.S. Supreme Court litigator. Certain members on our school board had the dishonesty and the gall to hold a secret meeting excluding their Democratic peers. At this clandestine meeting, they sought to impede the plans of the current appointed school superintendent, who happens to be Black. You who committed this undemocratic oversight should resign for your behavior. This is the United States of America, not Vladimir Putin's Russia, not Kim Jong-un's North Korea, and not Xi Jinping's China. Those who are involved in this, shame on you. This is America. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the church said, amen. My name is the Reverend John Paul Brown. And a few things that I care to address this board with. First thing to address it with is that degree don't make you educated. Some of you are very ignorant and should never have the opportunity to run for office. There's no way in the world you can hire somebody on a 6-3 vote and then somebody mail you something from a super PAC and you want to meet and change your vote. You're ignorant. Stand up and be a woman or a man. If you voted for him, vote for him again. And all the secrecy, that's what the KKK did when they had their meetings. They asked us a question during the 60s. What them people want? You remember that, Rivers? What they want now? Are you crazy? We want the same thing you want. We want respect. Want an honest day paid for honest day. You only decided this after you raised the salary to make it one of the highest, and now you want the man gone. What do you say to Sister Michelle Simmons after the hard work of putting together stuff that elevated our children, not yours, our children, and then you turn around and say, you qualify, but we forgot to send you the memo, FWO. And I've been dealing with the FWO all my life. For white only. For white only. You look good, Sister Michelle, but we forgot to tell you, it's for white only. Brother Gallion, Dr. Gallion, you look good, you dress good, you got class, but I forgot to tell you, it's for white only. Somebody get the microwave. And finally, my brother and sister, I'm not only Reverend John Paul Brown, I am a Christian. And I don't have a one regret that the stuff I read in my Bible is not in yours.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm open space. Look, I'm just gonna go straight into it. I need y'all to let this man do his job. Y'all voted him in on a 6-3 vote. I don't know what happened because, you know, the transparency that y'all promised that we was gonna get, we didn't get by certainly y'all. So y'all keep having these executive sessions now that y'all are trying to get him out, but you're not telling us what he did. So we pretty much know what it is. He's done nothing. He just won't play your game. He won't play y'all ball. With the agenda that you have, he's not part of, so therefore he has to go. So, you know, now you want to try to vote him out of everything he does. We was here, and it's funny to me, we've been here for 3 hours waiting on y'all, but y'all cut the mic off on them when they go past 2 minutes. Y'all got some nerve. You got some nerve to cut the damn mic off on somebody when they've been here waiting for 3 hours to talk. Anyway, that's something else. Policy says that the boards are supposed to deal with, and let me make sure I get this right, the board focuses on policy and the superintendent handles administration. Why are y'all so determined on doing this man's job? If y'all want to be superintendent, then you should have ran for superintendent. You know what I'm saying? That's policy. And another thing, the final thing was also the fact that y'all will not give Michelle the position shows us clearly that it's not about the kids. You don't give a damn about our kids. Because all the work she's done for the time she's been here, we got the test scores to show that the work she's done is working, but she is still just an entrant. She's still just an entrant. Y'all are interviewing people, even though y'all have had interviews and they recommended her for the damn job, and y'all still won't give her the job. Clearly shows us it's not about the children. It's not, at least not the children look like me. That's what the problem is. You don't care about the children look like me. If this problem was going on in East Coop, I guarantee you we'd have a damn intern. You'd find somebody an intern. You wouldn't have a problem with the superintendent if he supported more Mount Pleasant schools, but the fact that he supports schools I come from, oh, we got a problem now. Y'all need to do better, man.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again, school board members, Dr. Gallion. Here's your official welcome. As a parent and former senior leader of Charleston County School District, I've sat in this room more days than I can count. This podium used to be over in the corner, And we would be here for hours talking about student achievement, things that we could do to improve. Yes, there was dysfunction, but we feel disrespected. And Dr. Gallion has not been here 90 days. And you have continued every day to put roadblocks in his way. So last week, I just want you to know that there was a trip with the Metro Chamber of Commerce to Austin, Texas, where we learned about, for 3 days, different things that were happening there in a city that is 100,000 more than our Charleston metropolitan area. There was not one school superintendent on that trip, not one senior leader on that trip. And I'm sure Dr. Gallion would have wanted to go, but he couldn't because he had to stay here. Hopefully he was fighting for my 2 kids, but he was also fighting for his job yet again. It is the role of the board, as many have said, to hire one person who is the superintendent. And then you put in plans and an evaluation method to evaluate his plan of how he's going to make this district work for all students. It is just that simple. It is not your job to hear from disgruntled employees. It is not your job to tell him who his interims can be. It goes with the territory. If you're on a senior team, you already know if a new superintendent comes in, your job might be up because they should get to choose who they feel should be on the bus to make the right decisions for our kids. That is your job. Let God. His job. Your job. I have kids. And one way or the other, you're going to do your job or move out the way so someone can do it. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anthony G. Bryant, Peninsula, Charleston, my whole life. In 1986, I graduated from high school. The same year the crime bill was passed in 86. 1994, I was at Morgan. The second crime bill was passed. These young people, you're their savior from that. U.S. Attorney's Office, talking to the Attorney General's office. We have 2 death penalties now: electric chair, lethal injection, a firing squad. This is what we bear witness to right now in this period in time. This young man, this man here right now, all the people doing this work is preventing that. This disproportionate harm to people. The major premise of it is this: Jefferson said in 1781, deep-rooted prejudice entertained by whites, by recollection by blacks of injury sustained. Jefferson said in 1781 that we will always have this issue, this discourse between the races. And he asked the French, what are we going to do about Black people? What are we going to do about the slaves? We're going to free them? We're going to let them go? What are we going to do with them? Jefferson said it'll never happen. White will never look at Black people as being equals ever in their life, ever. From 1619 to 2023, it's a Jeffersonian prediction. This is all Jefferson right here. Ain't nothing new about liberty. It's all Jeffersonian prediction we're dealing with tonight. And you should be ashamed of what you're doing, this young man.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is, protocol has already been established. My name is Arthur Peter Lawrence. I'm a community activist. Most of y'all know me. I'm also was the president of the West Side Neighborhood Association for over 20 years. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Friends of Burke. You know about that. I ditto everything that was already said. Now, you hired a superintendent. Let him do his job. Let him hire who he want to hire to move this district forward. Because the way how we're going, we're stuck in the mud in last place. But that's South Carolina. They always be the last. Now, when this district We used to meet in the office on Marion Square, an old Citadel building. You complained you didn't have the resources or anything like that. But what you did, you moved to Chisholm Street off of Broad. You got down there, you complain about that. And you move up here to the palace. And you're still causing confusion, but not educating all the kids equally. Over 40 years, Mr. Washington, we fought this district. All the superintendent that came here met with us. You find fault with the superintendent. This is the only one, 2 years contract. What in the world you can do in 2 years? And he's a Marine. If you do this to a Marine, what would you do to all these kids in Charleston County? Bad example. You telling all the veterans that fought in any kind of war, we're gonna disrespect you because you're highly educated and you can't anyone from up north somewhere else because we still fighting the Civil War. You have to change. Let him put the tools in his butt to move all these kids upward. Now, I'm not running for office. We elect people to office. We are part of the only group that killed a $250 million bond referendum that the school district had before. The only group, because we have across the board representation. Just because you go behind closed doors and hide, don't think that it don't come forth. God do not like us.
Amen.
Now we need to stop this. When you talk about liberty and salute the flag, that's for everyone, equally across the board. Now, if you don't like the superintendent and the people that he's trying to put in place, go ahead and do what you got to do. But the people of Charleston and Charleston County will do what they have to do. That's right. To each and every one of them. We didn't put you in office for this. You haven't done anything to move these kids forward. Nothing. But trying to get rid of two individuals that you have a problem with because the way how they do it.
Thank you, sir. And we will move on now to online public comments submitted. We had 1 senior gold card comment, 15 transparency board behavior superintendent comments, 7 academic calendar comments, 1 progress toward goals comment, 1 grandparents' day comment, and teacher compensation, 1 comment for a total of 26 comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. We will move on to item 6A. Is there a motion to authorize the superintendent of schools to hire Michelle Simmons as the chief academic officer with an immediate start date?
So move.
Second.
Second. Who made the motion?
I think Ms. Roberson got
Ms. Roberson, and then Dr. Temple second. We will, we don't usually have comments from executive session items, but we've been requested to do so, and we will. We'll start with Dr. Temple.
I'm very proud to have this motion I appreciate so much the work that Michelle Simmons has done. We've had historic achievement under her leadership. I know from practice, she really understands what to do to help our students and support our teachers and give our parents the hope that they so well deserve. So I'm very proud to support her.
Ms. Roberson.
Ms. Simmons, may the work you've done speak for you. And you have done it. You proved it 2 weeks ago when we saw the historic data from the South Carolina Ready Test. I am honored to nominate you and to support Dr. Gallian's recommendation for you as the next Chief Academic Officer of Charleston County Public Schools. Now speak to my colleagues. There is a policy that's going to come up, and it talks about interim positions. She sat in this position for 1 year. She put her time in. She's done her due diligence. It is my expectation that we have a unanimous vote to move her forward. I wait with anticipation.
Mr. Calhoun.
Absolutely. I will say that she has done this work, praxis, pedagogy, methodology, every term in the academy that we all use. She's done this work and she deserves every bit of this position. However, I also want to bring up the fact that we have somebody who was born and raised right here on the west side.
Ms. Watley.
Came through. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, no, came through this district from kindergarten all the way up to Burke High School, Burke Bulldogs, stayed inside of South Carolina, came back, came up through as a teacher, as a principal at Stono Park, shout out to West Side, shout out to West Ashland, and then came down to 75 Calhoun because the district asked her to come down here. She deserves this and much more. Deserves this and much more.
Ms. Watley.
The only thing that I'm going to say is I also commend Terry Nichols for being the lead on literacy last year. That led to. That's what I know.
Ms. Bailey. Ms. Waters.
I had prepared something to say, and then I wasn't going to say it. But I'm going to say it anyway. I'm sorry, y'all. This has just been a long day. It has really gotten to the point that each weekend leading up to these meetings, my stomach is in knots. Because there's just so much injustice, so much that's not focused on the kids. So much of what appears to be discrimination. And but I was so happy when I saw you finally get moved forward. I hold out hope that the vote we take will be fair and considerate of the following. One, as has been said tonight, we must allow the superintendent to begin building his cabinet for the betterment of our students. Two, that we have an interim CAO who has been a member, then the leader of a team that has taken our students to record progress. And three, that we should consider that an external panel experts interviewed Michelle Simmons and said, she's your person. Right. And I don't know of any other employee who's had to go through that, then not be confirmed, then had to reapply again. A lot of people would have been indignant or offended. Yes. But because your heart is in the right place, you stayed in this with us. And I appreciate that because you did not have to do that. And it's disrespectful. If it wasn't you, it wouldn't have happened.
Right, right.
I don't know how this vote will go, but regardless of the outcome, we know you deserve this job.
Right.
You've done this job. Please respect Ms. Waters and let her have her voice.
And I will finish because I'm trying. You've done this job and your record will remain unbesmirched, even as you have colleagues who conspire to try to make it not so.
It is a pleasure to work with you. I appreciate what you've done for our students as a teacher, a principal, associate superintendent of schools, and as interim CAO.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Grabowski.
Ms. Simmons, I want to thank you for, no question, you and I have butted heads on a lot of issues, but you did stand in and take the interim position. This process there is a process, and we all have to remember that.
Are we're ready for the vote? We're ready for the vote, correct? Call for the question.
Children, not your intention.
Make sure y'all take pictures of the nose. Take pictures of the nose. Yeah. Make sure everybody watch. You will pay attention to the nose.
And the motion fails. We will move on to item B. Is there a motion to accept?
No justice.
settlement?
No justice. No justice.
Do I hear a motion for a recess? There a second for the motion to recess? Second. All in favor, rise.
No peace, justice. No peace, no justice. No peace, no peace, no peace. Stay out. Justice. Stay out. No justice. Stay out. No justice. Stay out. No justice. Stay out. People, stay out. People, stay out. Damn, stay out. No justice, no peace. Damn about the children.
As much as you can, you were made wrong.
We don't care about the children. We don't care about the children. Why can't we have the superintendent? Why y'all trying to get rid of her? What's the agenda? Huh? What's the plan?
Wow.
How much they give you to be up there?
You need private meetings now because the public meetings are sham.
How much? Get out of here, Grabowski. Get out of here, Grabowski. Get on out of here. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Take all your
Is there a motion to reconvene in open session? Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Kelly. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll take a voice vote. All in favor? Dr. Temple, we'll go around.
I'm sorry. I'm so upset. I didn't hear what you said.
I said the recess is over. There is a motion to reconvene in open session. There's been a first and a second. And so I'm sure Ms. Bolts, Mr. Kelly made the motion, Ms. Bailey seconded. And so I thought we would do a voice vote to make it easier, Ms. Bowles. So we'll just. Oh, okay.
She moved.
All right, that's all right. We'll just go, do you want us to go numerically or just in order? Okay, Mr. Grabowski? Aye.
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 Nay. Nay. Nay.
So the motion passes 5-4 to reconvene into open session. We are on item 6B. Is there a motion to accept the settlement offer as presented from Jewel Labs?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly. We are to item 6B. Do we need to voice vote, Ms. Bowles? Okay.
Y'all want to tell us why y'all didn't vote for Michelle? Can we get told that? Can we get told why Michelle couldn't have the job even though y'all hired 2 different people to interview her and they opened? Can y'all tell us why? I mean, that's transparency, right? That is transparency. We just asking why. At this point, we're just asking why. That's it. Just why? What you tell me, Pam? What was it about Michelle that you didn't see she was fit for the job? You voted no.
Your box.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
How about that? How about you, Leah? What was it about her, Leah? Give us the reason. How about that? We would love to know. We just asking for a little transparency. That's all we asking for.
I'm sorry, but it's not time for public comments. And the motion passes unanimously.
How about you, Mr. Kelly? What was it?
Item 6C,
What happened to that
is
transparency?
there a motion to approve the Health Advisory Committee slate as proposed by Policy Liaison?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley,
Second.
second by Mr. Kelly.
Discussion?
Discussion, yes, ma'am. We'll start with Mr. Grabowski. Any comment?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Kelly,
I have nothing.
Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley,
No comment.
Mr. Calhoun?
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, can you explain exactly what you're trying to do with this motion?
I'm sorry, would you ask your
I'd
question?
like to know exactly what we're trying to do with this motion.
Would it be appropriate for us to read the slate?
I would think it would just be appropriate just to put out everything that this motion would do if we would have.
Okay,
Transparency, yeah, give us some of that.
So the motion is to have the following medical folks, Denise Hilty, Ryan Byrne, clergy for Denise Mogulin, community, Amy Black, Patricia White, parent, Maria Nestrode Michelle Leach, student Sadie Handigan, teacher Christiana Braun, Miranda Stonecipher, as well as to ask the district to reopen applications for 2 clergy and 1 student.
And can you explain how many vacant positions we have right now?
Excuse me, but the trustees are trying to conduct business. Mr. Calhoun, would you restate your question?
I just counted 12 to 13 names. Can we state how many vacant positions we have right now on the Health Advisory Committee?
How many vacancies?
How many
currently?
vacant positions?
So there's currently 5 vacancies.
So why we got 12 names going up?
And a quick point of clarity, by policy, all conversation and comments are to be directed at the board chair. So if you have a question, I would suggest asking the board chair.
Can't answer your question. That's the problem.
Ms. McKinney, we have 5 open positions, 5 vacant positions.
Mhm.
Why do we have so many names coming up for 5 vacant positions?
As the policy is written, and I will ask Mr. Kelly to address how the policy is written.
Sure. Health Advisory Committee bylaws explicitly state that all members serve at the pleasure of the board. Health Advisory bylaws explicitly state that all committee members serve at the pleasure of the board, as well as that the policy liaison is to bring forward a slate to the board for approval.
Do we have somebody from the Health Advisory Commission here that we can ask to come up?
No, I don't think that's appropriate. Oh, do you mean on staff?
Yes, the
Oh,
staff.
staff. Yes, ma'am. Which,
Turn the mic on.
Actually, can you come up to one of these mics?
Now, there we go. Holly Cutt, District Instructional Specialist for Health and PE, the facilitator for this Health Advisory Committee. It is correct. There were only 5 vacancies that we posted and that we advertised, and each vacancy had a specific position. And those positions included 1 clergy, 2 community members, 1 student, and 1 teacher. And that's it. There were no medical as part of the vacancies, and our vacancies each have a 3-year term. And the people who when the term is up, they do have the option to apply again for a second term.
thank you. Ms. Waters?
Still doesn't answer the question.
Sure. Yeah. So of course I won't be supporting, but as you all know, I have a huge issue with the instability of this. We have a brand new superintendent. We don't have a chief academic officer. We don't have a superintendent of schools. We are looking for a CFO. We have a new board. We are getting ready to unseat all but 2 of the current members on this advisory committee that has work in motion, that works very well together, that has responsibility for student learning, student outcomes. It's just irresponsible to put completely new people in position just because we want to. I also do take issue with the fact that we haven't seen any sort of evidence that the people that you're wanting to replace current members with would be more suitable or that it would enhance our program. I think that it's just very disruptive.
I'd also
Ms.
like
Rogers?
to add,
Oh,
excuse me, I'd also like to add that some of the positions that are being appointed for were not advertised. We did not have a medical vacancy. So those people who sent in the resume and application applied specifically either for community, teacher, student, and their resume came in with the interest letter based on that position that we advertised for 6 weeks.
Ms. Roberson?
I ask that this is tabled. This is absolutely ridiculous for one person to change the entire makeup of a health advisory committee. It is not the pleasure of the board to disrupt this committee. It is the pleasure of the board to choose 5 people like we were asked to do.
Dr. Temple?
Since 1989, I have worked with the Comprehensive Health Curriculum Committee. I established the first curriculum, the advisory committee, worked with this group for many, many years, and I have never seen anything like this before. We received an executive session, a sheet that indicated we had one clergy opening, we have 2 applicants. We had community members, 2 openings, 7 applications. Students, 1 position, 2 applicants, teacher, 1 position. I believe that the policy liaison has overstepped his authority and has produced a slate of officers or slate of members that just are turning this whole advisory committee over, and it's unstable, it's unnecessary, and it is disruptive.
Are we ready for the question?
I'm waiting
Yes.
for you to
Yes.
answer me question. Why are y'all hiring, looking for 12 when you only have 5? We're waiting for that question to get answered.
Can we take the vote?
We're still waiting on that.
We're ready for the vote.
Mr. Kelly?
Ms. Watley made the motion and Mr. Kelly seconded the motion.
Off of Whitey. Off of Whitey.
Madam Chair, can I say one thing before?
Of course it is. I love to see the people Mr. Kelly wants to put in there. I bet you ain't a black person on that board you got nominated. I bet you ain't a black person on it.
I'm the chair of the Health Advisory Committee. You can see how I've been speaking out and being removed.
Right.
Why am I being removed as chair of the Health Advisory Committee? Is it because I'm speaking out?
Oh, yeah, this is the way of punishing you. This is their way of punishing you. That's exactly what this is.
Thank you for doing your job and hearing.
And the motion passes.
Wow.
Um,
Hey, Leah, you call yourself a Christian? What church you attend? The Church of Satan? You call yourself a Christian? That's what you said. Christian values.
Is there a motion for 6E?
it's F. Is it D?
Oh,
That
No,
was
it's
the
F.
update. It says action, but it was an update for information. So to clarify, 6D was an quarterly legal update by Ms. Paler to the board, and it says action, but that is for information. So then on to 6E, the legal briefing.
I have a motion.
There, yes, ma'am.
I move that we authorize the chair, joined by legal counsel, to negotiate with Dr. Gallian's legal counsel to choose an investigation firm.
All right. Would you state it once more for Ms.
Yes.
Bowles, please?
Yes, I make a motion that the board allow the chair to consult with legal counsel. She told me to wait a minute. Okay, with legal counsel and Dr. Gallian's legal counsel to identify a firm for an investigation.
Yes. Yes.
So we left it to consult with legal counsel for Ms. McKinney so she can select from our list of firms because we don't know who yet.
Ms.
Right.
Bowles, I'll second that.
So Ms. Waters makes the motion and Ms. Watley seconds. Is there discussion? Mr. Grabowski, Mr. Kelly, Ms. Bailey, Ms. Watley, Mr. Calhoun, Ms. Waters, Ms. Roberson, Dr. Temple? We're ready for the vote. And the motion passes. Is there a motion for F?
Yes, ma'am. I move that we place the superintendent on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation.
We'd like for Ms. Bowles and those of you in attendance to hear the motion. Mr. Kelly, would you make the motion so Ms. Bowles can hear it? You got it?
Got it?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
The motion is made by Mr. Kelly and seconded by Ms. Watley. We'll start any discussion with Dr. Temple. Dr. Temple?
Hey, Pam, that's the executive session. Executive session.
Oh, we're not, no discussion.
All of this has been executive session. We can have discussion. It's up to us.
We can't repeat.
Correct.
Dr. Temple?
I absolutely cannot support this motion. This is unacceptable. There's no good reason for it. Our superintendent, I have shadowed this man for several school visits. He interacts with students. He interacts with principals. He conducted a meeting out in my community. People respected him. It was supposed to be a half-hour meeting. He stayed to talk with people. His heart is in the right place. All he wants to do is do his job, and he's trying to do it. But the obstruction going on is a disaster, and it's destructive to our district. We just cannot have good academic achievement and have a strong school system when we're acting like this. This is ridiculous. It's unsubstantiated. And I hate.
As a parent and as
Ms. Roberson?
Can I get an explanation as to why? That's all I ask.
I'm sorry, but the trustees have the floor.
Lord, it ain't right. You're not trustworthy.
Right.
We ask for
Ms.
transparency.
Roberson.
You said transparency, but where's the transparency? How do
Ms.
you
Waters.
justify an investigation for someone who hasn't been on the job?
I would like to give Ms. Roberson her just due.
No, we want an explanation first.
Ms. Roberson?
Then we get an explanation. We'll hustle Ms. Robinson. We let her talk. You talk. Go ahead.
Dr. Gallion, I apologize to you as a professional, as a retired educator, that we brought you down here from Wisconsin and that we are treating you like this. This is unacceptable. I have never seen anything like this before.
Ms. Waters?
I just want to also apologize to you and also say to this board, we are putting the cart before the horse. The motion before authorized an investigation. And I do not believe that you are protecting him by sending him home. That is not what this is.
Let the man do his
It's
job.
highly inappropriate and it's not fair to him. He has done nothing wrong. And I just hope that for the record, it is clear that many of us on this board do not in any way want to tarnish the reputation of Dr. Gallion because we have yet to see what he can do.
Mr. Calhoun,
I wholeheartedly welcome this investigation because it's going to prove exactly what everyone knows. And I hope once this investigation is over, we can move forward and actually do the work that we're supposed to be doing. This is unnecessary. When we keep doing unnecessary things up here from this days, we keep doing unnecessary stuff up here. We're wasting time. We got a whole agenda to go back through. And we keep doing unnecessary things up here. I think this is truly distracting. We do not need to be sending him home because we got other things. We need to get through the rest of this 100 days. We do not need to be sending him home right now. So I'm going to say, no, I do not support this. I'm going to say, I believe we can get this investigation done and I hope it's swift so we can move forward. And I'm going to say that this is probably one of the most dysfunctional boards in the state of South Carolina right now.
Ms. Watley, any comments? Ms. Bailey? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Grabowski?
What did he do? But we gonna find
We're
out.
ready
We
for the
put it
vote.
in emails. We gonna find out what y'all trying to say he did.
Madam Chair, you are one
Excuse me, I can't hear Dr. Temple.
Madam Chair, you are one person, just like all of us are one person, and you're not making any comments. I think you owe it to the public to say something.
And Madam Chair,
I'm sorry,
you can turn over power to the vice chair and you can speak.
except for the motion is ready for the vote.
We sure know how to run from real issues.
Racism has won again. Yeah,
This is ridiculous.
that's all it is. Again. You want to get rid of the black woman and now you want to get rid of the black man. What is the racism?
If it isn't racism, what is it?
Again, what's the justification? It's a simple question.
If it isn't racism, what is it?
It's a simple racism. Cause you know this is highly unusual. So what's the justification? So you don't owe response to your constituents. No. You don't owe response to the public.
What is it?
To those you are there sworn.
We have individuals who are passionate, and devoted.
I didn't
Why
know.
can't we put this in place to make sure we are continuing the pathway which we have excelled from the last meeting, which showed the results? Let's work
And the
together.
motion passes. But, and now we welcome Dr. Gallion to the floor for his 60-day report. I hear a motion for a recess. Moved by Mr. Kelly, second by Ms. Watley. We are taking a recess.
Now they suspend the man for 60 days. They suspend them for 60 days and they have no reason why.
This is
No reason. Look,
really.
listen, we appreciate you.
Really, y'all.
We appreciate you. Gail.
There is no reason.
Transparency. Thank you. Transparency. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
And thank you. Thank you, Darlene. Thank you.
Motion to reconvene open session.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Moved.
Look
Oh,
at the
let me
clock.
wait for Ms. Bowles.
Look at
Ms.
the
Bowles, Mr. Grabowski
clock.
has moved to open, reconvene open session. And Ms.
Look at the clock.
Watley
Look at it.
has, seconded. We will, voice
Call
vote.
yourself a Christian.
Um,
Say you a Christian.
Mr. Grabowski. We have, okay.
Yay. Yay.
Ms. Bailey?
Yay.
Yay.
Somebody up there say they Christian.
So the motion passes
To do what?
to, reconvene open session,
To do what?
to continue the business for the district. We will go to the,
No.
I think we're to 8A.
So can we get why the superintendent was put on suspended? Can y'all answer that? They're gonna do it.
I think we have to.
So is the interim superintendent the one you wanted last week? And 2 weeks ago? It's the girl from Mount Pleasant. Is the interim superintendent the one?
are the, excuse me 1 minute.
Why? Where is the dialogue?
How about you, Ed? You want to talk to the people? You want to tell us why we doing this?
We're going to release.
How about you, Keith?
During a continual meeting without the.
How about you, Leah? You care? Huh? You want to tell us what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, that's cool.
You want to tell us? All right, no, Colette, you ain't gonna talk to me. What about you, Pam?
Before we go on to continue, the, previous personnel matter, is there, a motion to follow up?
I move to appoint the deputy superintendent to fill in while the investigation is being conducted.
I second.
So the motion,
Nikita,
Ms.
oh, wait.
Bowles, is for the deputy superintendent to fill in until the
Say
superintendent
it.
returns.
We want the white woman to fill in for the black man we trying to get
Is-
rid of.
And
Say
Mr.
it that way.
Kelly seconds it.
Say it that way. Say it that way.
Ms. Watley moved and Mr. Kelly
Of course he did.
seconded.
Of course you did.
That the deputy superintendent would step in to fulfill the duties
Yeah.
until the investigation is resolved.
The white woman will step in and fulfill the duties of the black man y'all trying to get rid of. Say it that way, because that's what it is. Oh, y'all didn't want nobody to know she was white.
That's what.
Y'all didn't want nobody to know she was white? Huh? Just say that. Say that's what it is.
Why vote him 2 times to come into a seat?
Board,
then
what
to
are we
go
doing?
Back and forth and have him back and forth without being
Are we
able to
moving
do it.
forward?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
You see her? Yeah. You see her. You see her, don't you? Oh, man, she gone. Oh, yeah. She gone. Oh, yeah. Hey, kinfolk ain't kinfolk. Kinfolk ain't kinfolk, boy. I don't know how you go back. How you go back and face your people when you do stuff like that? I don't understand it.
Because they don't.
How you sell your people out and then go back to your people?
But they know now.
Look at them. You're the only black person up there. You think that's by coincidence?
I mean, I do understand body language and shaking your head or confusing the process.
We got you.
We
got you.
CSD parents and students, we feel frustrated, not clear.
All of them
There's
paid.
no clarity.
All of them
There's
paid.
no clarity.
All of them paid.
This does not make any sense. So let me ask y'all this, will the superintendent be to the town hall meetings that was already forecasted that they have, forecasted that they have sent out? Will he be able to attend those? Because he's already sent out to all the different schools of town hall meetings that he'll be attending. So will we have him there or will he not be able to be there? Because this is the work that he has done and sent out to the email. So will he be there at those town hall meetings or we're going to have the interim?
They're not going to answer your question. No, they're not going to answer your question. They're not going
He
to.
have put in work that maybe you all have clearly overlooked.
And the motion passes.
Of course it does.
We're on to item C. Is there a motion about the academic calendar?
Oh, wow. They don't take that motion. I got a motion. We're motioning to make sure y'all get so uncomfortable that y'all step
We
down
are
from this
on
position.
item
Can I get a
eight
second?
C. Is there a motion for the academic calendar?
Madam Chair, are we gonna amend the agenda?
Yeah, we need to
So
make
we
a
need
motion.
to make a
Oh.
motion
I
to do so.
I stand corrected. Is there a motion to amend the agenda due to circumstances?
So moved to remove.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Kelly, second. We are amending the agenda to eliminate some of the items.
So it'd be item 7A, 8A.
We have we don't address them. We don't have 6 people.
Hey, say in the mic. We're having transparency, say in the mics. Y'all did enough damn executive session, say in the
We
mic.
have a quorum. 2/3 of quorum, and we have a quorum of 5 to pass this. To amend the agenda to the necessary items.
None of y'all will want to see it again. I promise you that. None of y'all will want to see it again. I will leave to make
So
sure
the
none of y'all
motion
get back
is
in this.
to amend the agenda for the necessary business items. Made by
Bill, why you support
Mr.
Michelle?
Kelly, seconded by Mr. Grabowski.
Why, Leah? I thought it was about the kids. Thought you cared about the kids, remember? The test scores, that's what you said. Why
Voice
didn't you vote
vote,
for Michelle?
Mr. Grabowski, to amend the agenda. Voice vote,
Yay.
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 So the motion passes. We are on to agenda item 8C, the academic calendar, as this is important for our teachers and our
Like
students.
you give a damn about
Is there a motion for the academic calendar?
like you give a damn about teachers and students.
I move to make a motion to adopt agenda, calendar option 1.
There is a motion to
Like y'all give a damn about
adopt
students and kids.
calendar 1,
Don't say
Second.
made by Ms. Bailey, seconded by Mr. Kelly. Any discussion on the calendar?
I just want to say that option 1 is a better option across the district because it would not put unnecessary financial hardships on the district as well as parents finding childcare during these additional breaks.
We also appreciate all the hard work of the district and all the people that sent in the surveys.
Stop it.
Madam
Stop
Chair,
it.
I am in agreement with Ms. Bailey. Most of the feedback that I got supported more of a traditional calendar, and I think that option, yeah.
So we'll call for the question.
How much, Ed? How much is to buy a school board member? I'm asking, what y'all go for these days? What do y'all go for? Just tell me how much y'all go for. I'm curious. I want to buy one too. How about you, Pam? How much a school board member go for? How much Mom's Liberty give me? How much they buying you for?
Now, this is the calendar that they had the 4 options on for the 2023-24 calendar year.
This is an academic calendar 24-25. Option 1 is adopted. The motion passes. We're on to audit and finance. Is there a motion to approve the list of contracts greater than $250,000 through August 23rd, 2023?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly. Any discussion or questions? We'll call for the vote.
Y'all know y'all voting together. Why y'all doing this? Just go ahead and just close this shit up. Y'all already got your agenda set. You already know what it is.
Did we have public comment on the academic 2024-25?
They don't give a darn what you got to say, man. What school your kids go to?
All 3 of them around here.
Oh, okay.
The main priority.
Ain't nobody go to school in East Cooper?
No.
But then they don't give a damn what you got to say.
They definitely in the primary schools.
And
that
the
we don't have
motion
priority.
Your
passes.
child don't go to school in East Cooper, they don't give a damn. What you got
Is there a motion to approve the issuance of long-term general obligation bonds in one or more series in an aggregate amount not to exceed 96 million to fund design and construction of Morningside Middle School, AC Cochran Elementary School, Deer Park Middle School, and Midland Park land purchase?
So move.
A second.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski and second by Ms. Watley. Is there any discussion on this motion? We'll call for the vote.
Here's the schools they mentioned, right? So what y'all gonna do with those schools? What y'all gonna do with those schools? What you gonna do with
We
Morningside?
gotta have a motion for public comment on the academic 2024-25 calendar. I mean, since we don't have a superintendent, I think we should at least have public comment on that, input on that. Because it affects the families that don't have to, have availability to be at the meetings or schools to pick up for early release day because of job issues or commute or transportation. Can we?
And
have
the
the-
motion
They
passes.
don't give a damn, man.
Item C, is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the issuance of the tax anticipation note to meet cash flow requirements?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Watley. Are there any questions about this for Ms. Carlin or any discussion?
Black schools, y'all
I do have
just
a-
leave the style. Can you tell the people that?
Question,
All those
Mr.
schools were black schools.
Kelly?
What were you
Yeah.
trying to do?
So Ms.
the
Carlin,
black
just for clarity, this is the tax bond that we're, the tax advance that we're doing, but it's an expectation of income future. Is that correct?
Yes, it's basically to meet our cash flow needs between now and December, when we start receiving the bulk of our local tax revenues.
Okay, thank you.
So what about?
And
the
it
black
is
schools, y'all-
a normal procedure, if I
Right.
may use that phrase.
Yes, ma'am, it
Yeah.
is. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I remember.
Any other questions or discussion?
We need to talk about academic
Then we're
calendar,
vote.
parents.
So what they gonna do, knock it down, build a new one?
Be rushing through certain things.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Denny would like to make
So
a
they might
comment.
knock it down.
All right, let us have this vote and I'll turn it over to Ms. Denny.
You don't understand, they don't care because the parents and students they care about don't look like you them.
Oh, we got ready.
This Ms. Denny is,
They don't care, brother. They don't care.
Just trying to focus on the meeting.
Right. Ms. Denny, thank you for speaking up about the calendar.
Yes, I'm happy to move through our presentation. I understand that time constraints are different now. Maggie, would you mind pulling up the academic calendar presentation?
Wow. Y'all see they named 4 black schools, right? 4 black schools, they got plans on 4.
I think this presentation will answer all calendar questions and we'll ask for soft voices or no voices so Ms. Denny can be heard.
I'll take the committee through the timeline. There was a committee that worked together. There were about 20 people that worked on the academic calendar. If you look at the committee slide, we're at item number 6, the public selection. So between, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. In early September, we sent a survey out to the public. It received over 9,000 votes, indicating the preferred calendar. The process was something we've tried for the first time in CCSD this year. And so Maggie, if you'd advance to the next slide. There were some areas of celebration with the process and the team and I met on Thursday, and there are certainly some areas where we can grow. So I don't want to present this process as being a perfect process. One celebration is that this is the earliest delivery of the calendar in recent memory. So the team was really excited about that. We had a collaborative group of participants with varied roles and they developed the calendar options together. It was composed of parents, teachers, administrators, and they all worked together even though there were differing opinions. There was a sense anecdotally through emails and social media interactions that there was an increased understanding of the requirements set forth by the state and guidance set forth by the state. Some opportunities. We really need to work hard to ensure that constituent district has representation on the committee, each and every constituent district. We need to avoid using descriptive titles. We found that those titles didn't allow folks to decide what each calendar represented on their own. We definitely want to put forward fewer calendars, and the committee agreed when we met on Thursday that we want to revise our timeline to create some sort of executive part of our committee that would vet all of the calendars before they come to the board. So moving on to the next slide, I want to make sure that we thank our committee members. I'm going to skip through. Again, I've already mentioned that we had about 9,000 survey respondents. We had 9,192 responses. I went ahead and filtered some of the data out because we only had 9,005 unique email addresses. So you'll see on this slide the relationship to CCSD. Primarily, survey respondents reported that they were parent only. Employee only was the next highest completion rate, and then employee and parent was the next highest completion rate. So I'm going to move to the next slide. One of the homework assignments that our committee got was to make sure we did a better job of ensuring outreach to D23 and D4 particularly. As the communications director, I'm here to tell you that communications needs to build our infrastructure. We did try some new things with the rollout of this. We distributed paper flyers with QR codes to all students. They were printed in 3 languages, and they went out to every single D23 and D4 family. We intentionally coordinated with our community partners. I think Mr. Smith is still in the room, who distributed flyers for us about the surveys. We, for the first time ever, thanks to Ms. Drayton on the communications team, figured out a way to text message the survey link directly to families. Ms. Dangerfield, sitting in the corner, arranged for all QR codes with the survey link to be available at football games. We also coordinated directly with parent advocates in the Title I office, and we made direct requests to principals. That said, we still have some improvement to do, and we're ready to do that work. If you look on the next slide, we wanted to make sure that the board understood the voices that they heard from the survey, as well as those that are missing from the survey. And so we've compared for you 2 different pie charts, one showing the district's enrollment and the other showing the areas of residents reported by respondents. As you can see, proportionately less responses came from District 4 by about 20%. So we do have our work to do. And I just like to call that out and make sure that that's spoken about honestly. We're ready to do it. Next slide, grade level affiliation, as would be expected. We had the most number of elementary school affiliated parents filling out the survey. Let's talk about what respondents said. Overall, they preferred calendar 3 with 31.4% of total responses selecting calendar 3. 27.2% of responses selected calendar 1. The results were very close. There was less than a 5% difference between the 2. Next slide will show you stakeholder group by preference. You'll see that there's a distinct increase in the preference for calendar 1 seen by the parent only group, and that's that orange bar. And interestingly, you'll see that there's a distinct preference for calendar 3 seen by our student only group, and that's that light yellow colored bar there at the end with 47% of students preferring calendar 3. It's important to note that the employee only and the employee/parent groups had similar preference rates. And then with that, I'm going to move to preference by area of residence. We wanted to see if there were different patterns in different areas. As it turns out, there's not. Each of the constituent areas preferred calendar 3 first, and calendar 2 was a close second, and many times just being separated by 3 percentage points. The next slide is going to tell you what our parents thought. So the parents and guardians were combined. So we took in this slide, we took a comparison, not a comparison, we combined the data for the parent only response group and the parent/employee response group. So those might be parents who work for the district. You'll see that the data was a little bit different when we combined parents, and we've got a completely even split in preference between calendar 1 and calendar 3, both garnering 30% of the total vote. So recommendations and considerations. It's our recommendation that you select between calendar options 1 and 3, and that you use the following considerations to make the final determination. Next slide, please. From June, I'm sorry, Maggie, that is the right slide. Thank you. From June 2023, we had a community survey which garnered over 5,000 responses. On the community survey, you'll see that it refers to the start date. The vast majority, 55.1% of responses to that June survey, and again, that was from a sample size of about 5,000 community members, said they prefer to start the student's year during the week of August 12th through the 16th. We think the board should consider the popular vote, which shows calendar 3. However, the parent-only vote shows a preference for calendar 1. The start date leans toward calendar 1, and the teacher workday following the winter break also leads toward calendar 1. Teacher summer break for 2024 will be adjusted given the late end date for the 23-24 school year. Operations impacts for the additional breaks include an increased cost of utilities, construction timeline impacts, and nutrition services meal reimbursements. Also, it should be noted that the district wants to ensure offering Kaleidoscope, but at this time, we're unable to guarantee that Kaleidoscope staffing will be available. Calendar 1 is on the next slide.
Hold on. So y'all not gonna have Kaleidoscope?
No. Yes, sir. We'd like to offer Kaleidoscope. We want to make every effort to make sure that it's at every location. But before the board votes, I want the board to be very well aware that we need to make sure we have staffing in place first. So we can't come out and make a promise that we essentially wouldn't be able to necessarily keep. So I want to make sure when the board's voting between calendar 1 and calendar 3, that the board has all these important considerations.
And we appreciate getting all of that ahead of time.
Thank you. You'll see on the next slide a revised comparison document. And then, of course, we have an academic calendar page online for you to review. So with that, any questions?
I just wanted, your presentation, is it available to the public?
Yes, it's on board docs.
That's why we were trying to figure out how exactly.
Right, that I knew you wanted to know. That's why I brought it up, because I knew you wanted to know. How can they access it?
It's on.
CCSD online.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you knew.
You just won't, but see, the thing about it is, we have to look at both calendars and to now, if we want to do like how the side was the calendar 1, what we should do is include, now that we have the 2 summs, calendar 1 and 3, let's do another poll. Make sure that we got the QR code, the text message. I didn't get a text message, but I knew about the information. So like others, let's do the QR code, the text message. We got the games coming on, transparency and collectively, so we can get it. Because I'm gonna tell you, that calendar 1 is not a great option all the way for a lot of parents.
Thank you for your input, and thank you, Ms. Denny. Maggie, I'm going to ask you, since we are switching around agenda, is it easier for us to keep going through financial and then go to COGNIA, or go to COGNIA and then pick back up with financial? Ms. Carlin and Ms. Huggins, do y'all have a preference?
I'd like to finish financial.
But let's finish the finance. All right, finance first. All right, so let's see, we are on D, if I am correct. Is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown, as presented in the resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly. Are there any questions about the reallocation?
And I think this is important. I mean, we have, through Audit and Finance, we have a meeting. Jackie, what's the first Thursday of,
September 5th, I think.
yeah,
it is.
September, yeah, September 5th. And then our next one's when?
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, next Tuesday. So a lot of these are discussed and public comment is taken at the end. We welcome, that's why we're trying to work the charter so that it's there. And then we go through this again at Cal when we talk about all these issues. So this is like the third time around on a lot of these financial issues. And I know some people don't get a chance to hear it, but like this one that's coming up right now, what we're doing is we're allocating a lot of money to upgrade schools, and it's not a priority. We're looking at the oldest systems first. So, we just,
Antiquated.
yeah, the antiquated systems that aren't supported. So it's not like we, go over to East Cooper and just want the public to know that, that why it's a lot of money. It's a lot of stuff that we have to basically go through, but you've got 3 opportunities to basically hear this stuff and try to understand some of this financial work that Miss Carlin and her financial group is doing a really great job of doing. But anyway.
Miss Carlin, I'm sorry, I'm out of order. Miss Carlin, I know we're on item 9D, but I would like, if you wouldn't mind obliging, and going back and talking about those schools that were mentioned and the $96 million that's allocated. Would you please explain to?
I'm sorry, but we passed that on the agenda.
Oh, wow, so you want to get her transcripts? You don't play no game.
I'm
It's-
sorry.
it's-
You
it's
should have
very
asked.
simple.
Would it be helpful if I followed up with an email?
Well,
explaining that?
I'm asking for their sake. I understand, but I want them to understand what that money's for.
Ma'am, I offered
Yeah.
it. I offered to talk.
And I
And if they have to-
apologize. I
just
apologize.
forgive
We
me,
should
they'd
have
have to-
probably, when we said the motion,
you'll
let you
let
just know
them know?
briefly
Okay.
where that money
Mr.
is.
Barrow is going to fill
Yeah,
them
it
in.
really,
Okay.
it's,
Thank you, Mr. Barrow.
Thank you.
please.
You want me to do, I had to
Yeah,
offer to
you go
follow up
ahead,
after
do
the
it.
meeting.
Yeah.
So last summer, the Board of Trustees voted to fund those 3 projects, which is the replacement of Morningside Middle School, the first phase of AC Cochran, which is a 300-student wing, as well as purchase of land for Midland Park. The ultimate goal is to eventually replace Midland Park, but we need land to replace it first. So those projects were unfunded in the sales tax program. Ms. Waters led the effort last summer with the previous board to fund those with 8% money. This is simply an allocation of those funds that now have to continue to be borrowed, and we go ahead and execute those projects. So these are 3 projects funded a little differently from the sales tax, but will be kept in the same order that they were proposed last summer.
Thank you.
Oh, and did I mention Deer Park? I'm sorry. I mentioned Morningside, I mentioned
you left one
Midland
out.
Park, and I mentioned AC Cochran. The last one is a new cafeteria at Deer Park, as well as conversion of the old gym lobby into classroom space.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question for D?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Bowles, thank you. And the motion passes. We're on to E. Is there a motion to approve the reallocations for funds as shown on this detached resolution, which is Phase 5 sales tax budget reallocation?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second? By Mr. Kelly. Discussion. Mr. Grabowski or Mr. Barowie, would you like to comment on,
Yeah, Mr. Borelli.
I'll call upon Ms. Shaw. She's been anxiously waiting.
All right.
On Zoom
Ms.
to
Shaw.
cover her program.
Yes, this particular reallocation will be to fully fund the new the new Latson, the early college, high school, new support building, as well as the District 9 elementary school projects. We continue to see inflations in the construction industry, and by providing the excess revenues for these projects that will keep us on track. And some of these projects have been delayed already. And so we really need the funding in place to continue.
Mr. Grabowski or Mr. Barowie, any other comment?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Watley?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll call for the vote then, Ms. Bowles. And the motion passes. On to item E. Oh, no, excuse me, that was E. F. Is there a motion to approve the reallocations of funds as shown on the attached resolution? And this is for the Phase 5 sales tax.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Grabowski. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bailey. Comment by staff or Audit and Finance Chair?
I have none. That's pretty basic.
Questions from trustees? Then we'll call for the vote. And the motion passes. Well, on to item G, the monthly financial update. Again, thank you, Ms. Carlin, for this submission. Is there any comment by, this is an information item for those in our audience. Is there any comment by Ms. Carlin, Mr. Grabowski, or questions from trustees?
No, I think the report's pretty clear.
Thank you. We're on to H, the ESSER update for information. Are there any comments by Ms. Carlin or Mr. Grabowski or questions from trustees? Mr. Kelly, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Last time we looked at this account, Ms. Carlin, the overall learning loss and learning loss are split out again. Last time I asked, I was told that I had the wrong version of the ESSER. The one that I was looking at was different than the one y'all had, which no problem. But they're still broken out separately. So there's code LL.
Yes.
And then there's code 11, and both of them seem to be the same category.
So I had provided an update on that in a board brief, and I don't think I brought that with me.
Okay.
I
can go back and look at do you happen to recall what brief it was?
So, oh, Anita has it. Thank you. Thank you, Anita. Okay.
Teamwork.
Yes. Give me just a second,
Sure.
because there was a big difference between one and the other. Okay, so the overall learning loss is more specific, where you have to have, you cannot have less than 20% of funds addressing learning loss through the implementation. So it's 20% of the allocated amount, whereas the other category is less vague and you can do different things with it.
Understood. Okay. Did you mean more vague?
Yeah, it's more vague.
More vague.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
yeah,
second
got it.
category is more
Okay,
vague.
I was like,
Excuse me. It's
okay.
late. I apologize.
That's okay. Where I'm all exhausted. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Mr. Grabowski.
The only thing I need to bring up, I want to thank staff for giving us the breakdown of the D20, D23, and D4 ESSER uses. We will be taking this up, obviously, in the next audit and finance meeting, in which Ms. Carlin has offered to put her department up first for review. in trying to get this line item. But it is definitely going to be a serious item that we're going to talk about because as I read the numbers, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've been using about 4 million for D20 and another 4 million for D23 and ESSER funds. These are rough numbers.
Yes, sir.
And it is the issue is in both the reports, they were showing for 24, 25 also. So there was almost this anticipation that we were going to be spending this money again. And when you put just those two districts together, it's almost $8 million of money that's really not allocated. I know we're trying to get a reserve set up for ESSER programs once, we can identify what's, working, what's not working. But just looking on those two, and I know if we take all the other districts, I'm not so sure. I know in looking at it, it looked like D20 got the most money allocated, on the special over and above what the schools requested. I know there was an awful lot of concern on the administration fees. The nice thing with D23, it looked like they were only spending about 85 to whereas D20 was spending almost $500,000 in administration fees. So I know we'll be taking that up pretty heavily in audit and finance as we come up we're already into the school year. It's not like we're going to sit there and stop everything, but you have to scratch your head and really wonder where you're going to come up with this kind of money and how we're going to absorb a lot of these working programs, as proven necessary into the general operating fund, because they are pretty significant. But I do appreciate the line item breakout. And I think that's the model we have to follow in the near future. And I do appreciate you putting your department up first.
So my department, whenever we were talking about that, what I was going to present was my department for general operating funds. Because it's really it's kind of a clean budget and pretty self-explanatory. I didn't want you to think we had an ESSER budget.
You only have
because
two
our
ESSER.
portions real small. Okay.
I realize putting, academic on notice and we'll have to figure out when the best time we can do it. It's going to be a little more complicated, but it is a good model just to go for the line itemization so that we're really transparent as to where this money's going. Because that's what I did appreciate with the reports on D20 and D23 and D4. You could see where all the allocations of the ESSER funds were being directed, why they're being directed. But anyway.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Carlin, on the ESSER 3, where are we at with the teacher bonus, finding the teacher bonus out of ESSER 3?
So we've already identified the half of it, meaning the $2,500 that we said we were going to do. The ESSER 3 amendment actually went to the state today, and we should get a response back hopefully this week, so that we can move forward with that, with working with HR and our interim superintendent to make sure that gets taken care of and paid based upon what we've already told our teachers.
Will we be able to cover the rest?
Yes. And the reason why we aren't paying the whole thing all at one time is because for lack of better words, we didn't want to impact any of the school plans or any of the support service plans that we have in place. And so we've set some deadlines we've set some spending deadlines with staff and with schools. And so once we're able to reach those deadlines, we'll take another look at spending and just make sure that we have the $10 million, left to finish out the other $2,500 bonus.
That's great news. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anything else on ESSER?
Yes, I have a question about the ESSER 3 category for the improved indoor air quality, because we have like a little over $4 million left. Will that be used to improve the much needed AC conditions in schools that do not have it?
Well, no, these won't be for any newer projects. This is the last piece of the work we were doing at Northwoods. We haven't gotten all of the invoices. We're still finishing that up, but we've already kind of committed all of the money that we had planned and put in our ESSER 3 budget. So no more new projects under ESSER unless there's some more reallocation for ESSER. But this is all that we're going to spend on that.
Okay, because I was just at these last two community outreaches that we had where we had listening sessions for the schools on Dorchester Road. I was shocked to find out that some of these schools don't have working air conditioning units. So
Well,
I just wanted to make sure of how we were going to prepare for like the heating situations over the winter into the spring and the summer so that these kids have what they need and the teachers too.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you know, the heating season tends to be a little less problematic for us. You heard Mr. Rory talk a couple of weeks ago about, you know, just really challenges with ordering materials, with, you know, kind of the same things that a lot of school districts were dealing with throughout the country. We were certainly dealing with as well, but we tend to have less problems with the heating season. So I'm a little bit more confident that we won't have as many concerns there. But, you know, we still have the capability within our Phase 5 program to recapitalize HVAC system. And I would say that of the capital maintenance, not the new school construction Phase 5, but the capital maintenance, the majority of the money or the majority of the projects that have the highest cost are HVAC. So I'm confident that we still have a robust program. There's still systems that if I had more money, I would replace, but I think we still have a good strategy.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just point out real quick related to the Dorchester Road schools, with the board vote last year to consolidate all three schools, we've made a conscious decision not to replace major systems in any of those schools at this point. So if any of those schools are not consolidated, we'll have to take a look at Mr. Hamer's budget and reallocate funding to replace those systems that will show deterioration in the next 2 to 5 years. I mean, that's what we look out 2 to 5 years. There are systems that would need to be replaced in any of those three schools if they're not part of the consolidation effort.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else? All right. We will move on. The capital projects report for information. And I don't know if Ms. Costello still tuned in or not, or if Mr. Grabowski or Ms. Carlin has a comment about it.
We actually have Renee Finley with us from Capital Projects Accounting instead of Joyce Costello, if you have any questions about that.
Any questions? This is one of those that's straightforward, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to step in. All right. If you would like to now go back to the COGNIA presentation.
Yes, ma'am, we're happy to. You all had asked us to come and talk a little bit about COGNIA and how it compares to the State Department of Education process, and that's what we're prepared to do tonight in a very brief overview. So Maggie, if you'll go to the first slide, just a few high-level things about COGNIA. It is an international distinction that recognizes quality institutions that focus on the service to leaders, and it's a fairly rigorous accreditation process. As Michelle said last time, it focuses more of the responsibility on districts when you come to go through renewal than the original process, Maggie. Accreditation provides assurances to other institutions that our students receive quality education, and it supports student eligibility for loans, grants, and many private scholarships. And we are now going through a renewal process, which would go through every 5 years. And in the spring, we'll do the accreditation engagement review, where we have site visits with our reviewers that really look in depth at our processes and systems. Ms. Simmons is going to go over some more of the details now.
Yes, and so Maggie, thank you. So the established timeline is described here for you. Beginning right now through December, we will host stakeholder engagement sessions that will include us collecting information, self-assessments, just overall data collection about the system, our processes and such. So in January, we will be able to produce a portfolio that captures all the evidence, all the documentation that's gathered this fall. All of our findings will be presented, And in the spring, we will have a virtual engagement review where the superintendent of schools, at least 2 board members, and others will participate in that spring review. And so I described a couple of weeks ago when I think Mr. Grabowski asked the question about our options. So there are 2 pathways to achieve accreditation. The first is the South Carolina Department of Education pathway, which is pretty much based on defined minimum standards of a school program, some must-haves, state statutes and regulations prescribed by the State Board of Education, or we could go the pathway of an accreditation body, i.e. COGNIA, that facilitates more of a continuous improvement process to achieve accreditation. And so we, the last 2 slides, we said we would make this rather brief. The last 2 slides shows approximately the staff and man hours that would be required of the state accreditation process. And so the bottom line up front is that the state process is extremely time intensive and a heavy lift for our schools. And so the hours and the time that school principals would typically dedicate to being in classrooms, observing, teaching, and learning, this process is very time intensive and taking them away from that process. And so we just wanted to kind of lay out for you an estimation style, the district investment from the State Department process versus the investment in hours and dollars for the COGNIA process. Maggie? And again, this shows you from the district office perspective and then school perspective where the investment in man hours rests in terms of making sure that all of our schools are able to have accreditation. And so I talked to Mr. Kelly the last time about the fact that our high schools have to go through this process. So it's not if we do it, we will have to do it for our high schools. So it's a matter of doing it system-wide or having a group of high schools do it, or all of our high schools do it versus middle and elementary doing a separate process. And so we thought it prudent, wise, and reasonable to pursue our renewal because this is not an initial accreditation year, as Ms. Huggins alluded to. Thank you.
Questions? I see a question on Mr. Kelly's lips.
Ms. Simmons, do elementary and middle by state requirements, and let me be clear, this is very obvious. COGNIA is the right choice. This is just for the edification of clarity. Do middle and elementary schools need to be accredited in this state as well?
They do as well. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then there would actually be additional cost and time to do our middle and elementary as well, right? Beyond what you're showing here for high school?
I want to say we broke it down, Kathy. Didn't you break down elementary, middle? Go to the mic, please.
So all schools need to be accredited. If we went the state route, if the middle and the elementary schools would have to have state accreditation to be eligible for things like National Blue Ribbon Schools, Palmetto's Finest, that to be eligible for any type of award, they would have to maintain accreditation in the year prior to that, the state accreditation. The COGNIA accreditation would cover both. It would cover everything that the elementary and middle schools would need, along with providing each individual high school with its accreditation as part of the system. If we went with just the state option and the high schools had to go through individually, each high school would go through the process individually, which is incredibly laborious. The last time that we did this prior to the COGNIA, I've been working with accreditation for a long time in Charleston County, and prior to our initial accreditation, I believe Burke was the last, I mean, all of our high schools were accredited, but Burke was the last high school to go. It was just because of where they were in their cycle, was the last high school to go through it before we went up for district. And we spent so much time supporting them. And SACS, I don't know if anybody remembers SACS, because, you know, Burke had the unfortunate timing of going through the process right when they were going from SACS accreditation to advanced ed accreditation. And then it went to COGNIA. And it just is a new process each time, and it's very time consuming. In that way, we can bear that burden at the district level for the system as a whole, and it takes much less time.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Any other questions?
Yeah, that price is for all, the COGNIA price is for everybody.
It encompasses all levels.
All schools.
All school levels, yeah.
5 years. And we would have 6 years, except for our state only allows us to get 5 years. COGNIA would let that.
Good for them.
And in all my visits to all the high school principals and to all the middle schools and to all the elementary, I got a lashing. So I agree with you.
Any other questions or comments about COGNIA? That the comparisons were wonderful. Thank you. I know that took time and effort, but it solidified things. All right. We are on item 10A. Is there a motion to approve the amended policy GCEC for its first reading?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kelly. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bailey. Are there questions for Mr. Kelly or Mr. Brigman? We'll start with Ms. Watley.
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Bailey,
Oh, no.
Mr. Kelly.
Just setting the, for the edification of all, this has gone through legal review as well as HR review. There was, as well as Dr. Gallion reviewed it, and there was no objection from any staff on the policy.
Mr. Grabowski.
No, ma'am.
Does it address everything that helps our district with its hires in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we ready for the vote? And the motion passes. The chair moves that the board create an ad hoc committee to prepare a suggested template for the board to consider using in the superintendent's evaluation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kelly. Is there discussion or questions?
I would object to some of the names that you're bringing forward because they've abandoned their duty.
Well, right now, we're just voting on the ad hoc committee,
Okay.
the creation of the committee.
Okay.
Are there any questions, any other questions or comments?
Not even give the man a chance.
All right, we're ready for the vote.
Oh. Evil. Evil.
What's an ad hoc committee?
Temporary. Once they perform their duty, it is abandoned.
And this one's specific because we don't have a template for an evaluation.
And we're required to have one.
Doing the evaluation on the man that y'all never gave a chance, y'all just suspended? Am I getting that right? I mean, you lost something, right?
Yeah, we're on page 12. We're voting.
And the motion passes. The chair will I had originally thought to ask Dr. Temple to chair it, Ms. Bailey to serve on it, and Ms. Roberson to serve on it. I was going to ask them to have the suggested template by the October CAL. But I think under the circumstances, perhaps I should delay the appointments.
Why does it matter? You're gonna do what you wanna do anyway. Y'all gonna do what y'all wanna do anyway. Why does it matter what they say?
So
Yeah,
I will
yeah,
move
yeah.
on to item 13A. Excuse me? Oh, sorry.
Just in case people ask about what happened with the ad hoc, I just want to make sure that I did something.
Okay, so the ad hoc committee, she formed an ad hoc committee to make a template for evaluation because we don't have one. So we can have rubric and metric in place to evaluate.
So if we were to say that we didn't have those, why we suspend the superintendent without.
It's separate, totally separate issues.
But this
This needs to be done regardless.
Yeah, item 13. Okay. Item 13,
Maybe we can chat a little bit more later.
upcoming meetings. On October the 9th at 2:00, the board will have their first COGNIA training. And then at 4:00, the committee of the whole. And then October 23rd is the next board meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn the Board of Trustees meeting? Moved
Second.
by Mr. Kelly,
Second.
second by Ms. Watley. All in favor, rise.